Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Coffee. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I am trying to install a plugin because, of course, Microsoft doesn't include it with Windows by default. Shame on you, Microsoft. Get with the times. HEVC is a necessary codec. All right. Now that I have that installed, because, well, I've got pictures to show you, and I've got boards to show you, and I have other things to show you, I think I may need to give you a slight advance heads up that the pictures are rated PG-13 for pretty gross. Probably need to wait 13 hours after eating before looking at them. There we go. There you go. PG-13. Pretty gross 13-hour after food. And let's see here. Who in the chat does not have 13 hours to wait, so you're just going to have to stomach these photos. We have Thomas Armstrong. Yeep. We have Frank S. Welcome, Thomas and Frank. We have Kibbs with Retro. Hi, Kibbs. We have Gut Bomb. Welcome, Gut Bomb. We have K-Mac Vintage. Welcome, Will. We have... I guess that's who we have in the chat. And we have... Let's see here. Why might I have photos to show you? Well... Okay, we'll go to Wheel of Regrets after the photos because, well, this is the follow-on to last stream because why not? I guess hot dog stand is red and yellow. What happens if you combine red and yellow? Well, you have tangerine. Yeah, like the tangerine iMac that's sitting there, all sad. It's all sad because, well, the coffee goal is at 1% because it needs parts. And, well, coffee goals go towards things like that. Now, why does it need parts? Well, brace yourselves. I have the gory photos. Yeah. This is the iMac Logic board. Now, some of these you would have probably seen in my last stream, but some of these are going to be new angles on it that you couldn't have seen in the last stream. But anyways, we have the... there you go. Whoop, hold on. I'm trying to move my screen. There we go. There's the Max Swell battery. There's the FireWire chip. There's the cage around the processor. Yeah, that looks pretty crusty. All right, let's see here. Another angle of that processor. Yeah, that kind of looks like bad news, potentially. Thomas Armstrong says, yummy green. This doesn't look so yummy. All right, there we go. There's an angle of the ports where the rust is there. You can see the rusty screw there that I did actually manage to get it out without having to take a Dremel to cut a slot onto it, which I was surprised. I mean, I had to use this screwdriver, which was the proper size, but I got it out. All right, let's see here. There's the sound chip. I'm not holding too much hope out for that sound chip, but, well, there you go. That one side, yeah, that kind of looks iffy there. All right, moving along. There we go. Random connector. I don't know what goes to that connector, but it's got rust on it. There's another view of that Maxwell battery. Will says stick it in the dishwasher. This thing ain't going in my dishwasher. It got forbidden from going in my dishwasher. Here you go. Some more angles. Oh, there we go. The mystery tangerine gunk coming out from the the heat sink or the processor cage. I don't know what that is. That's a weird orange color. Will a Rev A logic board fit in there? I believe it will, Gut Bomb. I believe it will fit in there because I think the Rev A logic board has the mezzanine connector. I think that's really the only difference. Because as you're going to see, yeah, there we go. There's the guilty culprit and more carnage angle. I'm trying to get to. Oh, there we go. So I took the processor cage off, and I'm going to need a new. I'm going to need the processor cage and heat sink and whatnot, and you'll see why in a moment. But I don't think Jack is here yet. But Jack made the comment during my live stream last time that it looked like it was fresh and wet. And yeah, that's actually liquid. That's solid. That's liquid right there. That was liquid. And yeah, those are the main filter caps for the processor. Right there, there's the G3 processor. Although it might be G0 right now. I don't think I'm going to. All right, there we go. There's another angle. Try to get more of that wet appearance. Let's see here. Up. Hold on. Yeah, there's the memory socket there. That doesn't look too hot. Frank S. I just threw up in my mouth a little. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Here's the heatsink. Does anyone know what metal that is? I mean, seriously, does anyone know what metal this heatsink is made out of? Because that battery electrolyte ate into the metal. It ate, yeah, it ate the heatsink. I'm not kidding. Oh, there we go. Uh, Vintage computing public enemy number one. So there we go. Yeah, it's looking all guilty. It's kind of like it's acting like the dog that knows it did something. Except in this case, it's kind of hard to hide the fact that it actually did the crime of basically taking the kitchen trash can and strewing it all through the house. Or yeah, there we go. I did get the battery out, as you can see the positive terminal on the battery connector. It became detached, and right there it is. So it's not going to battery anymore. Let me see here. Oh yeah, there's a better angle of that. Uh, it's still liquid there. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I took some extra angles of things. Oh, hello, Apple's Anonymous. Yeah, the this is the iMac G3. Okay, so I got the processor card out, and there's what I found under it. So yeah, that's still liquid there, and crusty crust there, and there we go. Some other chip that's under the processor that is most definitely liquid there. I think there's that other liquid. Yeah, I was actually surprised that there was still liquid electrolyte. So there's that liquid electrolyte that was still on the board. There's the memory socket. I do not know what that orange stuff is. I know it's not tangerine glaze. All I can figure is that it could be gold that's leached off the memory connector and the socket. I'll show you why I think that might be gold. Is this Wheel of Regrets Celebrity Edition? No, we haven't even got to Wheel of Regrets. This is the aftermath of the leaky battery. Oh, and then when I got the logic board out, I found this puddle of rusty goo under the logic board. And I think I can tell you which hole the rusty goo leaked from under it. So, yeah, rest in pieces, iMac. Kib says, yeah, I'm actually have already decided I'm not plugging it in. It's I basically need to replace about everything that was in the bottom of it. Anyways, let's actually go and show you the actual casualties. So, what have I done? I have taken this outside and I flooded it with water. I mean, I took the garden hose to it and I flooded it with water to get as much off of it that would come off with water. And then once I was pretty sure that I had flooded the electrolyte away that was still wet or liquid, because I think wet would imply there's water in it, so the liquid electrolyte. I then took it up to the kitchen sink and liberally applied Dawn detergent to try to get as much extra off, and then I rinsed it. So you probably will see water stains because I've not put this through the ultrasonic cleaner. There's no point doing that. I didn't try to rinse it with distilled water to get any potential signs of hard water off. I probably didn't rinse all the soap off. I got enough off that I could show it because there's really not. Let's look at the damage. You'll probably see that the only reason that I even cleaned the board was so that we could see the aftermath and realize that this is pretty much a goner iMac logic board. Anyway, so here's the sound chip, and believe it or not, all the legs appear to be still here, but there is some serious corrosion on the legs, and I suspect that, I mean, you can see that I think there might be, there might very well be a whole bunch of broken traces right there, or that might just be rust on the board. I can't tell. But then we get over to the FireWire chip, and I believe there actually are pins missing and broken. Like, I'm pretty sure that pin is broken. I am pretty sure that under this blob of rust, there are several broken pins, and plus they're kind of all mangled together. Um, Not to mention this side here. I mean, yeah, I scrubbed as hard as I could, but this stuff would not come off the board. I think this is the hole I actually no, I think this is where that rust soaked in through the board. And looking at these vias, it would not surprise me if there's possibly inner layer damage. Yeah, there might be some spare parts on this Thomas, but it's like probably not worth trying to fix. In fact, there's even corrosion on the Rage Pro Turbo chip. Now, fortunately, the SO-DIMM for the SG RAM was unscathed. So I did pull it off the board. It did not go through my um, torture cleaning process. So I did pull it off the board. Um, so here's where that corrosion was sitting on the board, and this kind of looks iffy here because there was actually electrolyte sitting on this. And then here's the two chips where there was more electrolyte sitting. So unfortunately, this area of the board there's a lot of traces. I mean, so yeah, there's probably some spare chips on this board, but um, yeah, the underside might have be relatively unscathed. But anyways, yeah, it's a goner. Uh, all right, the processor board. Now, at first glance, it looks, at least on the top side, it looks like maybe it's unscathed. However, I am concerned what might be under the processor here. And although maybe I could ultrasonically clean this board to at least save the processor and some of these parts on the top side. But the problem is, I think the SIM socket here, and I think this is the primary SIM socket, I am pretty sure that there are damaged pins. So, I mean, and it's surface mount. So this is pretty much, I think, a goner. It might be able, it's BGA. Oh, hey, Sad Mac. Yeah, you're looking at the remains of a Sad Mac. So this processor card's pretty much had it. Because I don't know what might be going on under the processor, because that rust kind of got really close. But this SIM socket has had it. In fact, this gold crust here, I wouldn't be surprised if that might be, I wouldn't be surprised if it's gold from the plating on the pins. Hi, Joe. Welcome. You joined as I'm showing off what is left of the iMac G3 that I opened up on Thursday's stream and found a Maxwell battery in it. The battery went off. Actually, the battery went off fairly recently because there was still liquid electrolyte in it. But what CPU number? It should be a G3 333 megahertz. Yeah, it got battery bombed. So I'm going to need to replace the processor card. And the reason why I say that is here's the original memory stick, and these pins are like, I'm pretty sure these pins have had it. I mean, this is such a small module, it's probably not worth doing anything about it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the pins here, I'm pretty sure that's broken. Joe said, unless that machine had a mix of hydrochloric and nitric acid, that gold ain't dissolving. I don't know if it's worth fixing this memory module. Oh, Joe says, now if the gold is alloyed, the stuff inside the alloy can dissolve. Yeah, now maybe what I'm seeing is actually what was inside the gold alloy. But anyways, there's the heatsink. Now, does anyone know what metal this is? Because the battery electrolyte did that. Thomas Armstrong says micro used cheap gold. Joe says aluminum. Thomas says tin. I was thinking some magnesium alloy. It's really lightweight. Whatever it is, I do know the lithium, probably whatever metals in the lithium battery, probably made some amalgam with whatever metal this is. Yeah, Joe says it's aluminum. It could be aluminum. Anyways, yeah, the electrolyte was able to eat the heatsink. So yeah, I'm just gonna, yeah, the electrolyte ate it. Oh, also the okay, I was able to save the tray for the CD-ROM drive, but yeah, I need to. It needs a new CD-ROM drive. It needs a logic board. It needs a processor card. It needs memory. I might have some memory in my stash. Okay, one other thing I did pull, because I think fortunately the electrolyte didn't didn't seem to leak in the direction, although there's a little rust on the top. I'm gonna kind of clean that off. But I think it's just rust that flaked off. But of course, though, the keen-eyed among you are probably noticing that there might be other reasons why this hard drive might not work. And that would be because it's a quantum fireball. Anyways, I pulled the hard drive out. I think it looks like it's unscathed from the electrolyte. Oh, cool, Gut Bomb. Actually, Gut Bomb, if you just send me like the if it's on that bottom assembly, got the iMac from the Big Bad Biologist. Cool. Oh, hi, John. Welcome. Yeah, we just went over the remains of the battery bomb G3. So I guess to kind of sum it up, there was the memory module on the processor card. There's the heat sink. Um, yeah, you're not imagining things. That heatsink is missing metal. There's the processor card. And here's the logic board. And the metal frame around the processor actually was so badly rusted that it was not salvageable. I didn't even so pretty much the SG-RAM SODIMM, I was able to salvage that. Unfortunately, I broke cables unplugging them because the electrolyte kind of got into them. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize this. That tells you anything. I forgot about that part of the board. The electrolyte got down into that area, so I'm pretty sure I broke I definitely broke this cable. Some of the other cables actually had electrolyte that got up in them, so yeah, you can pretty much see that the area of carnage. There you go. Remove those batteries before you put them in storage, and listen to Steve when he says to check them before you power them up, because otherwise you'll get that wonderful. You might get that wonderful oxidation of electrolyte smell. Yeah, yeah. The Max L battery just basically went off. I mean, I think Joe might be interested to know that I think the modem might have actually survived. I didn't actually think to remove it to see if it actually survived. Oh yeah, I think the modem survived unscathed. So yeah, so that's the fate of the Tangerine iMac G3 innards. Yeah, modem. So everyone needs a modem. Well, actually, the modem comes in handy to fill in the hole in the side of the case. But yeah, I don't know where the clip went because the clip was. I don't remember what I did with the clip because it was. I think it had rust on it too. I might have not kept it. Anyways, yep, there we go. That's the fate of the iMac. So I will put these. I mean, I'm gonna put these parts in the scrap pile because if I need spare parts, I mean, the SG RAMs are probably fine. There's some other logic chips that are probably fine, but okay. Joe's asking what's next. Well, I didn't do Wheel of Regrets last time because I had so much to do and so little time. So it is now time for Wheel of Regrets. And boy, oh boy, do I have some potential entries. So the I'm going through. So the first potential regret actually comes from Amazon. I saw it and I was like, okay, I've got to try it. I have no idea how well it might work. Yeah, Rev A will definitely work in there, and who knows, maybe I might someday find the elusive voodoo card that goes in the mezzanine slot. Yeah, Amazon from China. Anyways, I bought a desktop PCIe 2 LPC combo debug card because I found this for some reason, probably because Amazon thought I needed it. And theoretically, this is a debug card for PCs that will go in PCI or PCI Express or one of the two low pin count header connections. So, yeah, I got it. I might regret it, especially because the directions are in Chinese. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's the English directions. So it looks like it can go in MSI interface, Asus interface, ASRock new and old interface, debug interface, and ECS Elite. Cool. Oh, hey Jesse. I-8386SX is in the house now. There we go. So it's got the oh, what's that say there? Only motherboards that support gigabytes PCI slots, except for gigabyte motherboards. Please use LPC for other brands. What? Huh. Oh, whatever. All right. I may regret it, but anyways. Yeah, and it doesn't even have a handy table of codes. But anyways, there we go. It's a debug card. I don't remember what I paid for it. There were like 2 left in stock when I got it. All right. So I'm sure that will come in handy at some point. So it looks like I actually got what I bought. And I guess for the other item from Amazon, since we're on a slight Amazon tangent, I got a, oh, there we go. A USB hub drive bay thing, which I'm sure is, oh, was so lovingly packed that it scratched on the front. Yay. All right. And this was actually for my HP Z440 because I think it actually has a USB 3 header on the board. That way, that'll give me a few extra USB 3 ports for when the need arises. Basically, I think a USB hub on a drive bay. So there we go. It does look like it will do exactly what I want it to do, and it is so reassuring to know that I'm sure they licensed all of these logos quite legitimately. I'm sure all of these, I'm sure they went through the certification processes to make sure this was compatible with Windows 10, Windows 8, Windows 7, Windows Vista, Windows XP, and Mac. Think of how many phones I can charge at once. Yeah. I mean, that totally, I mean, I'm sure they went through the Windows and Apple certification processes. Oh, yeah, I got it from Amazon warehouse because, oh, that's probably why the front was a little scratched. Anyways, also, don't ask me what Macs have 5 1/4 inch drive bays that on them that you would want to put one of these in because it'd be pretty hard to use it with the optical drive bay on a cheese grater Mac. I mean, it'd be pretty hard to use it on a G4 without a USB 3 card, but whatever. Jesse says they should have put themselves on the VMware HCL while they're at it. Yeah. Thomas Armstrong says G4. Joe's in quotes Mac. Yes. Cut Bum says put it on a Quadra 610. I don't have a Quadra 610 to try it. All right. Now we are on to eBay purchases. And hi, Jeremy. Welcome. I could stick it in the 6118. There's no USB on the 6118. Okay, I have this eBay purchase. It is wrapped in duct tape and then has packing tape on it for good measure. Yes, I'm thinking that yes, the eBay seller wanted to make sure that it would not come open in transit. What they failed to realize is that it also would be very difficult for the buyer to actually open it to see what that it contains the item they ordered. A box? No, it's a box covered with duct tape. I haven't received the eBay purchase in it that was packed in a box made of duct tape yet. But there is very much cardboard here. All right. I would have you guess what was in here, but you all would be too quick to guess what's in here, so I didn't even bother. I mean, you never know when I actually don't get what I'm expecting, and we have issues because of it. Fortunately, the box, I think, was sized about right. Capbomb says I had the coworker who made himself a phone case out of duct tape. Yeah, K-Mac, it's not Mac Store drives. Thomas Armstrong's right, yeah. Same guy ran for governor once. I got 3% of the vote. Kip says if it works. Yes, I think this card was like $10, and I fell for it. So it is a Trident 3D Image. I'm sure they put the accent there to make it sound fancy. 9850. Because I don't think I have a working one of these yet. And with such a quality brand of RAM like that, I might still not have a working one. But it's got a fast wear ROM on it. Yep. Oh, I missed your Trident. Oh, I just saw your Trident guess, Will. I missed it. Yeah, Will guessed first. Anyways, there we go. Made in Taiwan. Trident 3D Image 9850. So there we go. I got a Trident card. I knew that would make some of you all happy. But wait, there's more. Because that's really stupid stuff on eBay. All right. Next, we have an actual cardboard box. Is the RAM CW like content warning? Well, it might be a content warning, as in, warning, the contents of this RAM will be unreadable. Or warning, the video card will not work. Viewer discretion is advised. All right, so this next box, I will give you all a moment to try to guess what might be in such a big box. I might or might not try to mislead you with your guesses, although I will go ahead and tell you right up front, this should not be a Mac Store hard drive. Hopefully, this will not require a content warning. This is an Amazon box. It is a size N3 box. Or might be a B41 box. I don't know which is the actual size box. All right, so let's see here. I can't get anything past Will tonight. Frank's asking a large Trident video card. That Palm says, were I in Scouts? I was in Boy Scouts, yes. Thomas Armstrong says an LC2. No, this box isn't big enough for that. Will, you can't get anything past him. Oh! Wow. I commend their packing. So, how much packing material was on the bottom of the box? One layer of paper and almost 2 layers of bubble wrap. Um, yeah, that. Yeah, they probably thought that I wouldn't care how they packed it. Folks, put the item in the middle of the box. Because I will mention that in the comments when I leave feedback. But yeah, Will was right. I'm not going to quabble over the fact that it's actually a motherboard and not a logic board. But there we go. It is a motherboard. Let's see here. And you're probably thinking, "Oh, Justin, why would you buy such a pedestrian motherboard?" Oh, wait. It gets better if I can open eBay and look at the description. Why did I buy this motherboard? All right. Oh, that Trident card that we just looked at was $6 plus shipping. Okay. I thought it was 10, but it was 6. Although with shipping and tax it was $14.77. Cheap enough that I didn't really think about it. All right, so this motherboard was $10.50 plus shipping and tax, so the total was $19.18. It was listed as parts only. Taken out of a PC that didn't turn on, tested and does not work, has not been cleaned. Heatsink not pictured, will be shipped with heatsink attached. All right. I am going to definitely give them some truthfulness. They didn't bother cleaning it. It is like, yeah, this is like really, really dirty. Like, really dirty. Like, yeah. Okay. So I said challenge accepted for $10 plus shipping. Yeah, I could install a 3-slot GPU into this. Yeah, Jeremy. I could. I mean, seriously. All right, if anyone, well, okay, first of all, if it works, yes, I could install a 3-slot GPU. Does anyone know if there were any 3-slot AGP GPUs? Because, yeah, Thomas Armstrong says it'll work fine. I'm actually almost tempted to try it. Because sometimes you have to actually try things in Wheel of Regrets. Yeah, I think we can. I think we can actually try this one. All right, let me. Get rid of some of the dust. PCIe adapter plus RTX 4090. Funny, funny. I wanted to get rid of some of the dust, which that actually didn't really do a great job. That was all noise and hardly any. Well, I mean, the loose stuff flew off. Let me find the brush I've been looking for. Oh, by the way, if anyone's wondering, before I forget to mention it, I did find the other video adapter. It was actually on my workbench the entire time, right in front of me, and I managed to overlook it. And if anyone's wondering if I snuck that into Wheel of Regrets so that I didn't have to mention that later when I actually looked at the Mac, yeah, you're right. Yes, I did. Okay, back to Wheel of Regrets. All right, I just want to kind of maybe make sure there's nothing like sinister lurking under this dust. The thing is, doesn't work can have so many different meanings. Um, test out the postcard. Yes, yes. I think we will test out the postcard. Yes. Thomas says this should be an Asus motherboard made for HP. Yes, it is. Gibbs says whoever was naming these was less than 9. Yes, I think they were somewhat childish. That model font screams Asus. Yes, it is Asus made for HP. In fact, it probably has an HP BIOS on it. Yes. Joe says it's 100% an Asus board made for an HP Pavilion. Yes, it is. And at socket 370, Thomas is correct. Jeremy says that's why it looked familiar. Yes. Thomas says I have that board on my DOS 6 XP Win 10 bucks. HP Pegasus GT. Yes. Updated BIOS is on the RetroWeb. Cool. Anyways, let's check under the heatsink to make sure that they didn't like mangle the processor die putting this heatsink on. Oh, well. I think I know why it didn't post. I bet they never actually tried it. I'm glad I checked, because quite honestly, no one puts the heatsink on an empty socket. Except apparently this eBay seller. Yeah, there's no chip. Yeah, I know, there's no chip. Also the bottom of the heatsink is bad. Yeah, it does need a chip. All right, let's go through the rest of Wheel of Regrets, and then I'll actually go grab a chip to put in this. Since there's not a chip in it, I'm going to actually have to go get a socket 370 processor. I should have at least 2. And at least one of them should be compatible. Yeah, Kib says, ooh, the new Pentium Air. Yes. Needless to say, I suspect they listed it as parts and not working and said it didn't work. Probably because there's no processor, and I bet they didn't have any RAM for it either, so they just said, listed as parts, it doesn't work. So technically, yes, they were correct. Without a processor and without RAM, it ain't going to work. I don't know if it'll support 133, but I think I've got one that should be a 100. All right, let's see. I need to grab the other stack of boxes. So hold on one moment. I just want to get some iMac G3 things out of the way. I've had the other stack here waiting since last week, so hopefully I don't regret that. All right. I don't remember what all 4 items are. Oh. All right. We have. Oh. 4 more items. Joe says it's the Apollo 133 chipset. Should be good. All right. Excellent. All right. You will probably note that I did start to open one of these because I wasn't sure what it was, and then I started opening it and realized what it was. Anyone want to guess what it is? Any takers? I'm pretty sure I will stump most of you. It would be Jesse that would be the one that I would think might actually have a shot at guessing what it is. Probably even more so because I maybe mentioned it. Thomas says I'm going to have a hot dog and keep watching. Never underestimate a Jeremy. Sorry, Jesse. Jeremy beat you to it. He's asking, "Where's Rammy?" Yeah, I was hoping Jesse might actually guess even more specifically, but yeah, Jeremy's got it. It's the RAM module. It's actually a 2 megabyte RAM module for a compact LTE 286. Oh, and good. That's not MT RAM. Yeah, there we go. So I don't know how to. I don't have a compact LTE 286 that I got a working floppy drive for. All right. Compact LTE Elite. No, it's not LTE Elite. That's 286. Yeah, 2 megabytes. All right. Anyone want to guess these other 3 boxes? All right. Joe's. Well, Gapam and Joe have probably kind of guessed. Okay. K-Mac is like, nope, I am out of ideas. I don't know which of these is which, so we'll just start with this one. More potential regresses for sure. Joe says 5-pound box of money. Yeah, I wish. Gupbum says Mad Dog. No, the Mad Dog stuff I just put on the shelf. I did recently get some other Mad Dog stuff. All right. I can reuse that box. Jeremy says hard drive, computer parts. Will says hard drive, SadMac DVDs. Nope. Oh, you all will be disappointed to know that I was at a yard sale this weekend and they had DVDs and I didn't buy any because I either already had them or they were like way overpriced and I didn't even feel like trying to negotiate. Sometimes people have inflated opinions of what their DVDs are actually worth. I got Bum says Bianca is still enjoying the palette DVDs I sent. Oh, what? Oh, that was silica. Okay, this eBay seller put silica gel in the package. Yeah, I'm still like trying to unwind the free priority mail packing material they used as padding that will now cause the Postal Service to increase postage rates to pay for the shrinkage of boxes. Oh! Ooh. Alright. So this one, I'm going to hold them to it if this doesn't work, because they actually inspected it. So this one was $14.39 plus tax. This one here. This one was now that I know what this one is because I saw it on the packing list, this one was $8.99 plus shipping and tax. So $16.12, $15.15, and then the item that's underneath everything, $44.99 plus shipping and tax. So it's $52.36. All right. USPS cares. Yeah, no, they don't. Oh, but wait, there's more. Okay, so I don't know why they. Oh, that's fun. So they put the anti-static bag over the mailing envelope, which is probably not anti-static. Jeremy says most eBay sellers inspection process. Yep, it's a insert item here. Yeah. All right. Flavor of more video cards or audio cards. Yeah. Yep. There's kind of little point at hiding it at that point. And maybe I bought both of these because I knew that you all would be disappointed if I bought this. So I bought this too. So I got another Trident, the 3D Image 9750, and it's got these STC branded RAMs. So we know that's got to be good because it's not MT RAM branded. It's an on speed. We're going to test that. There better be speed. Now this other one, oh, and it had a video out, which kind of was like, okay, video out. All right, got to get it. This other one actually has video out too, but it's S video out. And it's got DVI. And the eagle-eyed among you might be realizing that doesn't that look like an IBM part number? Well, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Is on speed better than off speed? Well, I don't know. So this one I'd been watching for a while and I finally broke down and got it. So this is a number 9 video card. And I believe this is one of the last ones they made. And if I identified it correctly, I think this is the best one that they made. Kind of hard to tell them apart. Number 9, yes. What's the I don't know what the speed is. Anyways, because I've got another number 9 card. They were kind of like the. I mean, for the longest while, they made their own chips. But I think this number 9 here is. I think it's an NVIDIA card. I think. They are usually good cards. So that was pulled out of an IBM at some point. But anyways. All right. And no, I don't. Well. So this one here, I might be crazy for buying it. It's got packing peanuts. At least they're the biodegradable ones. Oh, good. I do see at least some bubble wrap in here. I'm hoping I get more out of this than just watching packing peanuts dissolve. Oh, I'm not sure they had much in terms of packing material on the top of that. Battery bumped Mac Logic board. No, no, there should be no batteries. I mean, I think you could put a battery on this or in this, but I don't think there's any battery bombing. Waiting to see if anyone might, by chance, guess it from the vague. Hey, Max says, looks like Apple II board. How? Yeah. Yeah, there's not much. Well, it's not an Apple board, though. Not an MCA board either, but. But I saw this Apple II Plus clone board that somewhat looked like computer, but it's missing a few parts. Interestingly enough, these are actually Apple ROMs. I think these are actually Apple ROMs pulled out of an Apple computer because they do say copyright Apple. Because I know some of these clones, they required you to source your source ROMs on your own. It is missing RAM. In fact, it's actually missing a socket here. It's missing a ROM. Although it is possible that these might actually be Apple II and not Apple II Plus ROMs. So that I don't know until I plug it in. But yeah, this chip here is kind of, that chip's mangled. I will probably have to pull some of these chips out and reseat them. But anyways, yeah, I saw this board. It was listed as an Apple IIe clone board, but I knew it wasn't an Apple IIe clone because an Apple IIe clone would have had the custom logic chips. I knew this was an Apple II Plus clone of some sort. It has the PCB breadboarding areas. It had something here, and I don't know what was here. There is definitely something missing from there. Yeah, I wasn't going to buy it. I wasn't going to buy it. I wasn't going to buy it, and then I bought it. It hopped in my cart and I checked it out. Apple II Plus actually did have all 6 ROMs. I mean, it didn't need all 6 of them, although I think it does need the F8 ROM. I believe that one is required because I think because doesn't the 6502 start booting at FFF um, C or FFFE? I'm pretty sure this ROM is required. Check the box to see if the component was floating. No, actually, I'm just going to check the eBay photo to see if it was even there because I have the listing up. Well, I didn't have the listing up, but I had the photo up. No, those pins were. That is exactly how it shipped. Those pins were just like that. So nope, nope. It looks like the board shipped, and it's exactly as it was in the listing. It was missing the F0 ROM. And the character ROM. The character ROM is definitely missing. Yep, and that 74 LS 74 that's down here. See if I can zoom in. I super zoomed in. I will just focus momentarily. Is that it? There we go. Yeah, and this chip, which is, yep, that chip was exactly like that in the auction photo. Yeah, they just slapped it in the box. Look under has 2 wires. Joe says the highest ROM is definitely required. Actually, that was the other thing I noticed on this board. There are no mod wires on the bottom. So I wasn't sure if this board maybe included the mod. Because computer has a couple mod wires on the bottom. Or I was also wondering if maybe this clone maybe doesn't have, because the mod wires were going to slot 7, maybe this clone just doesn't have the signals going to slot 7 for the video. So this board might not be able to support the video overlay. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think there's something missing. I think that's a jumper wire for something. Interesting. Yeah, there's a yeah, someone has reworked this, and you're right, Gut Bomb. That doesn't look particularly good. I'm not sure what's up with that. Oh, that looks like a solder strand. Okay, I think this board is going to need. It looks hand built. This might be hand built. All right, I think this board is going to need a thorough inspection before I power it up because I see solder strands on the bottom. There are mangled chips. There are missing required ROMs. I'm going to have to make sure that those pins are at least not going to short. I'm hoping these RAMs are good. Not like I've got a lot of 4116s. Because I might have to pull the look at the soldering on the power connector. Yeah, the soldering on the power connector is like I'm hoping that's just really cooked flux, but yeah, that's like yeah, that's gross. Oh, and just realized it's 9:13 and well, the Mac probably won't take as long to work on famous last words. Ah, we all like Wheel of Regrets. All right, I think this will probably be a separate stream or something because there's just enough questionable things with this board that I don't want to just simply shove power on it and risk it. I don't know what the mod on slot 7 on computer is either, Will. I just know that there are a couple mod wires on the bottom of computer's motherboard that go between slot 7 and some other part of the board. And I don't know why they're there. I don't know if that was. I know slot 7 contains signals that aren't on any other slot. I think that was for the character overlay board. Joe would probably be able to say. I think there still might be some cooked solder mask, but that might just be really old baked on flux. But yeah, that was pretty gross. I at least cleaned some of it off. Yeah, Joe says it has a sync signal and a color reference on it. I would have to look at what pins that the mod goes to on computer, but that might be that was what I was thinking the mod was for, was to maybe restore those signals to slot 7. Maybe someone realized those signals should be there and weren't. Anyways, yeah, it's an Apple II Plus clone board. All I can say, it's missing some parts. Oh, and it looks like there's a broken capacitor here. So yeah, I'll definitely want to like check it over before I just power it up. I don't know. I was feeling bad for it, so I got it. Maybe it was the. All right. I may regret it, but well, there we go. Apple IIe clone. More to come on it, but I'm not going to power it up today. It it needs to be checked, especially because of this. Um, where was it again? Whatever, whatever that is, right there. It looks like it's a like a wisp of solder, honestly, right here. Or maybe it's just where the solder mask is scratched, because actually it looked like those two were connected, so maybe they're not connected. I had a at least it just has the standard power connector on it, so it'll be easy to test. But yeah, I want to make sure there's nothing wrong with it, like nothing shorted that shouldn't be before I power it up. And I'll have to pull some ROMs out of the spare Apple II Plus board that I have. Might be cool to check the part numbers on those chips just to see if those are Apple II Plus. I think they are Apple II Plus since there's 5 of them. Yeah, I'll have to get a character ROM and which I've got a character ROM that's spare. Anyways, I can put the missing parts on it. That's going to require me to put a new socket there. I can't say that all these sockets look that great. In fact, I think these might be single wipe sockets, which would be worse than computer, because computer I think actually has double wipe sockets that are corroded. Those are single wipe sockets. They ripped the socket. It looks like the plastic. I don't know. The plastic's gone from it. So yes, I guess I would call that they ripped the socket off. So I'm probably going to have to desolder those pins just to make sure that those don't accidentally short. I'm actually kind of surprised that's damaged because unless they tried removing these RAM chips and removed that one wrong, because if it had a language card in it, then that would have been a ribbon cable. And I guess if they were moving RAMs, I could totally see them getting it completely wrong and pulling like breaking the socket. So yeah, but yeah, there's some pretty rough soldering on this. Probably definitely warrants a careful inspection before I just okay. Like I don't know why there's something shiny on that socket unless I accidentally got. Oh, I think there's been something on this board because that's weird. All right, good night, Thomas. All right, well, this board will come back later. Other than, I guess, I am interested about. There's the one chip here. Oh, it's off screen. Okay, I am somewhat curious about this chip. Let me see what's up here. All right, the socket. Oh, okay. I just bent the pins putting it in. I bet that chip wasn't making good contact. But at least it doesn't look like they completely wrecked the chip. So probably. Oh, there we go. All right. I think those pins will straighten back out. There we go. Oh yeah, that's not the greatest socket yet. All right, but I bet that makes good contact now, or probably better than it was. Although I'm not convinced that there won't be issues there. right, good night, Frank. All right. Anyways, well, this will come back later. All right, I guess before we get to the hot dog stand match, everyone was wondering, let me go grab a socket 370 processor or two, and I'll go grab a power supply. We'll see if this powers up. It may very well work once we put a processor in it. Because you're right, the wireless socket 370 processors don't work that well. Great, I have two socket 370 processors. I'll try the older one first, because it's more likely to BIOS when it has the right microcode for it. All right, let me see if I have a DIMM here near the top that's PC 133. Oh, here we go. We'll use this Infineon one right there. Because I do know that the two requirements for posting, which I don't know if the eBay seller even attempted, is we gotta have some RAM and we gotta have a processor. Although, granted, the absence of RAM should create a beep code. Although, if they didn't have a speaker, then, well, quite possible they would have never heard the beep. Okay. Since the board is dirty, I'm going to contact clean it. All right, so the DIMM slot closest to the socket is DIMM 1. All right. The processor I'm going to use is a 733 megahertz. I believe it's an earlier Pentium 3 processor. The other one I have is a 1 gigahertz. Which is going to be a later stepping. So if the BIOS is old, it's more likely that the BIOS will like the 733 processor. We're just going to see if this posts. All right, so I will put some thermal compound there. I'm sure that's way too much. Also, it's probably simultaneously not enough. It's also simultaneously the wrong brand, the wrong consistency, the wrong. I bought it from the wrong place. Yada 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 yada. Yeah, I know. The trolls can be merciless. Remember, I'm just testing to see if this posts. If I was actually going to use this for more than a power up test, I would probably actually be concerned a little more about the application. But considering I will probably end up removing this processor, sooner rather than later, it's fine. guess this also might be a good test of my video cable, because if we see that the video is yellow and red with just the video cable, then there's a good chance that the problem I'm having with the Mac is my video cable. All right, so there we go. ATX power in. There is no 4-pin power connector because this is a Pentium 3. Hi, Retro Tech or Die. We are on the Wheel of Regrets segment. This is a non-working Pentium 3 board that I bought, and we're going to see if it posts. All right. Also, let's go ahead and try the postcard. So I will put this in there. Let me see if I can zoom out a little more. So if the postcard goes up in smoke, or if these caps decide to pop, you will see it. All right, so let's see here. Fingers crossed. All right, smart outlet on, and 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, I have standby power on the postcard. That's good. All right. Now let's see if I can find the power. Let's see. I believe the power switch is here. So 3, 2, 1. Hmm. And the postcard, I see no codes, but the dot is blinking. So that doesn't bode well. Oh, I wonder if this board requires a good CMOS battery. You know, there are some boards that I'm pretty sure this Maxell battery is probably dead. Let me put a new CR2032 in just to make sure that's not the case. So we'll replace it with a Power Owl battery. All right. All right. I don't see any attempts to post. I guess let me clear CMOS. The clear CMOS jumper is right off screen, but I'm gonna wait a moment or 3 for clear CMOS. And if this doesn't work, then we'll try a Trident video card. Which actually, to prepare for trying a Trident video card, let me raise the motherboard off the workbench slightly so that there's room for the bracket. All right, so we've cleared CMOS, hopefully. Let me make sure the ROM chip is seated. All right, and nope. That is definitely not trying to post. All right, let's try a video card. All right, let's try the first video card that I pulled out. And all right. Oh, it would be a shame if the onboard video was broken. All right, 3, 2, 1. Well, that's no good. All right. Oh, oh, video card stuck. Why is the video card stuck in the slot? Oh, there we go. Actually, there's some jumper on here I've completely overlooked. Oh, wait a minute. I don't see any. I see jumpers, dip switch settings on the board, but I don't see any. Oh yeah, this must be soft configured. Okay. Because the silk screen's there, but there are no jumpers at all. Other than, the clear CMOS jumper. Oh, wait. Let me try something. Let me make sure that the, oh, that would be funny. Because some boards won't post if the clear CMOS jumper is in the clear position. Let me make sure it's like, oh, no. Oh, wait a minute. I have a post code. C1. Hey, whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. Hey, we got a beep. Yeah! That's weird. Oh, I bet there's a couple. I bet there's bad caps on this thing. Yeah. Oh, I don't have a, I don't have a keyboard plugged in. Oh, here we go. I have the most appropriate keyboard for this computer. Okay, it is boot looping. All right, let me plug a keyboard in. Oh, it is definitely boot looping. I plugged the keyboard into the wrong. Okay, I must have the keyboard in the wrong port, or there's something wrong with the PS2 ports. Because okay, and we are definitely boot looping. I don't think we're out of the woods yet. We are boot looping. All right, let me pull this board up on the retro web. something tells me that Microsoft wants to know if I'd recommend this PC to someone else. Well, I don't know. I believe this is the Pegasus GT because it has the NVIDIA on it. BIOS, latest BIOS 2.02. Oh, and it is an exe file. Oh, isn't that special? Did I not install 7-zip on this computer? Hmm. No, I did not. Oh, I didn't install 7-zip on this computer. Interesting. I was going to try to unzip the exe file and see if there was a BIOS file on it that I could just write to the flash chip. All right. Hold, please. Because it could be boot looping because the processor is newer than it's intended to support. All right, so we'll go ahead and install 7-zip here real quick. There we go. Now, is that an archive? Yes, that is an archive. Excellent. Okay. I was kind of thinking that might be a self-extracting archive. Great. Oops. Let me see if I can. Did I do what I think I? Oh, I think I extracted those files. All right, there we go. Now I should have a folder. Those files in it. All right, let me see if I can try writing the new BIOS to the chip real quick. And if that works, great. And if that doesn't work, then maybe not so great. Oh, and I don't have the software installed for my programmer. All right. Oh, hey, Steve. Yeah, we're still in Wheel of Regrets. So, trying to see if I regret buying this doesn't work motherboard that I have found that it's actually boot looping, which is not, doesn't work if you ask me. Oh, eBay sellers can be so imprecise in their descriptions. Doesn't work. I figured could mean they did something wrong in setting it up, but boot looping could mean that, well, actually, how did they describe it? I just watch. I'll have missed the slight detail that said it was boot looping. Taken out of a PC that doesn't turn on, tested, and does not work. Has not been cleaned. Well, I read that to mean that it doesn't work. Yeah. Oh, and Steve, I wish your video came out like last week because I could have used its sage advice before trying to power up my iMac G3 before inspecting it. I got that wonderful ozony smell of cooking electronics. Yeah, Sad Max says Boot Loop's my favorite. Yes, let me pull this flash chip out here because I'm just going to. Oh, first I'm going to install the software for the programmer. All right, what's the name of it? It should be. I'm looking for a zip file named XG Pro. All right, XG Pro, of course. XG Pro. And it looks like I have version 1257, and it looks like they are up to 1266. All right, well, let's download the latest version. All right. Hold, please, while I install the programmer. 7-zip, set up. Destination folder should not be E drive. It should be on the C drive. I do not want to always trust the software from that publisher. I do have my limits as to what I will trust, and I will trust the version that came in that RAR file, but do not want it to attempt to auto-update without me knowing that it is trying to install a newer version. All right, so now I should be able to plug the programmer in. And that's a happy sound. All right. Now I should have the XG Pro software and reflash firmware. All right. Tools, reflash firmware. All right, we are installing new firmware. Yay! Yay! My programmer has new firmware. I hope that means it has new and awesome features, such as it will make breakfast sandwiches for me and maybe do my dishes and my clothes. And it probably just means it supports a few more chips and has a few bugs fixed. All right. So this chip is a mystery flash chip. Woohoo! I love mystery flash chips. They are the best. Means I will have to. Oh, hey, Garth. Oh, we're in Wheel of Regret still. I had a backlog of eBay purchases. This is a PC motherboard that I got, and it said it didn't work. and it it's boot looping, which is not quite what I expected when I saw that it didn't work. So I'm going to try to update the BIOS here real quick, and if that doesn't work, then I'm going to give up, and it'll have to be its own thing to fix it. But since it's boot looping, I can't use the DOS utility to flash the BIOS, so I'm just going to brute force write the ROM file to the flash chip. But that requires me to get the label off so I can see what it is. Oh yeah, oh yeah, and as Will's saying, the best part was when we discovered that there was no processor installed in it, which is quite possibly why it wasn't working for the eBay seller. Hey Jack, welcome. All right, this is an AT49F002. Okay, that's an interesting chip. All right, so it is an AT49F002. All right, and it's got an NT at the end. AT49F002 NT. And this is just the standard version of the chip. All right. I will read this chip out. All right. So that is the IC. All right. Let me get this to where I can try to share my screen. All right. So let's read this chip. Turn the beep sound off because it is completely horrifically loud and unnecessary. And all right, we have code read out. And well, there's some BIOS strings there. All right, let's load the new BIOS. And now let's verify it against the one that's in the programmer. And they are different. All right. Let's device. Oh, all right. So let's clear current buffer. Let's read the contents out. And now I'm going to save the original. Always, if you're doing it this way, always save the original. All right. And now I'm going to load. Oh, okay. Yeah, that one's fine. And then I'm going to device erase. And I'm going to device blank check. All right, we are good. And device program. Now this is an actual flash chip, so I shouldn't need to program it multiple times. Once should be enough because it shouldn't have any crazy programming voltages. There we go. All right. Now we have version 2. What did I download? 2.02 of the BIOS. That's the latest version. So if that version of the BIOS doesn't support the processor that's in here, then nothing will. If it continues to boot loop with the updated BIOS, then we will go on to the Performa. All right. So Oh, and it is powering on when I turn it on now. That is really interesting. Oh, they changed the logo. I like the old logo better. Good thing I saved out the BIOS because there we go. Hey, that's what I call an eBay win. Zoom, I know, 733 megahertz processor, 64 megs of RAM. So, mind you, the eBay auction was for the motherboard and heatsink. And this was a non-working motherboard. And now I think I have demonstrated that all it needed was a processor and RAM and apparently a BIOS update. But yeah, it's alive. So this was how much did I pay for this again? It was $10.50. Buy it now, plus $8.12 shipping. And the reason why I bought this board, now that it seems like it's working, I think this is going to be the board that I use for my Mad Dog build. Because I was looking for a board that didn't have a onboard sound because it didn't feel right jamming an upgraded sound card that might not be an upgrade. And I was looking for Pentium 4 boards. And there's one I might still bid on, although it might have sold, but I'll have to check. But I saw this Pentium 3 board and it was at the right price for a potential regret, and possibly I'm like, I have a feeling the seller didn't do everything that they possibly could to test it. Okay, I do believe I have the keyboard plugged into the wrong place. Let's see if I can at least get into the BIOS. I like the logo that the old BIOS was showing, but the old BIOS is not compatible with something in this setup. Okay, I am definitely noticing. Okay, there may be a problem with the PS2 ports on this motherboard. There we go. It's also possible that it stops the boot because there's no processor fan plugged in. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. All right. That looks good. Correctly detecting the CPU. Power savings. Stay off. Interesting. Okay. Try zapping PRAM. Oh, hey Tim. Welcome. Vborg's here. Yay. Try zapping PRAM. I think it probably needs recapped, but some of these caps look kind of. I mean, they look okay. They are supposedly Nichicon. Or, no, they're Rubicon. I'm still not going to say that there's not maybe something on this board that's amiss, but I think this is a win. All right. So, Pentium 3 board and this postcard that I got from Amazon for. Yeah, it's got onboard NVIDIA. It's not GeForce. It's NVIDIA Riva TNT 264. And yeah, there's I think that might be, if I'm reading the marking on the board, I think that might be 8 MB of video memory with another 8 that would be possible on maybe another version of the board. So yeah, actually, for what this board is, it's not a bad board. All right, because there's no fan on this heatsink, though, I am going to go ahead and like power it down. I have no idea what the part number means, Garth. This is a the code name for this board is Pegasus, I believe. It's the oh, HP Pegasus GT board. GT, I think, meaning it's got the NVIDIA graphics. Because there was also a version of the board that was just the Pegasus U, and it did not have onboard graphics. I mean, it had the spot for it, but no onboard graphics chip. So, anyways, there we go. I think I'm going to call this a win for a Pentium 3 board. I will have to look and see if the BIOS that I dumped is available on the RetroWeb. I don't know if it is. But if it is, then I won't send it to them. But if it's not, then I'll go ahead and send it to them. Although it may be of little use because it was boot looping with this processor. But then again, it's possible it's possible that the stepping of the processor I have is a newer stepping than what the BIOS supported. Beborg says, part of me wants to populate those empty RAM spots on the GPU and see what happens. Yeah, I have to say I would be curious to do that as well. Because it looks like the capacitors are installed around them. Now, whether it would detect it or not, I don't know, because it is quite possible that it does look like there's an unpopulated capacitor here, but there's an unpopulated resistor there. So, and I think I see another. Oh no, that's a capacitor. So it's possible there might be a resistor or something I'd have to install to tell it that it's got the extra memory. So I may see if I can find a picture of the board that had all 4 memory chips. But yeah, I'd almost be tempted, especially if I had like a parts graphics card that had the same memory on it. I would almost be tempted to install the other 2 and see what happens. Because, I mean, not that that pitch of pins is easy to solder. It is at least relatively clear of any obstructions. So it would be, of things I could try to upgrade, that would at least be easier than some of them. But anyways, excellent. I now have, I've got a Pentium 3 board. And I mean, I've got Pentium 3 boards, but this is my, I think, yeah, it's a Socket 370 Pentium 3 board, which I was, I didn't, well, the only one I had was one that went bad in the ultrasonic cleaner. I still never really figured out what happened because I have no conclusive facts. Although I did recently change the liquid in the ultrasonic cleaner, and there was a screw in the bottom of the ultrasonic cleaner, so I can't help to think that maybe that screw had something to do with what happened to it. Maybe the metal plating was compromised on the some of those pins, and that let the rust from the screw deposit on them. I don't know. Anyways, all right, let me go grab the Performa, and we will go from there. Although the one good thing is, I now know that this cable is working because we saw that the HP logo and the BIOS looked correct. So I don't think my video cable was the cause of the problems I was seeing last time. Also, if anyone saw me saw this cache module here, and I was wondering if anyone knew what it was. I I will show it here. I don't expect anyone on the stream, though, is going to recognize it because I do not believe it goes to a Mac. I thought it. My original thought was it might be a Mac one, but I forgot it had the wrong pins for what I thought it was. I did figure out what kind of static RAM chips those are. So when I get back with the Performa, I'll describe what those are. I don't think that's a PC Coast module uh, because of what kind of static RAM chips those are. Those are great. So what I figured out about that cache module, I don't think it's a bespoke printer RAM module, only because of the type of RAM that's on it. Although it might be, but I don't think it is. So these, I found a data sheet for them. These are actually 256K by 18 static RAM chips. Not by 16, not by 8, by 18. So this is a 72-bit wide module, I believe. 18 bits, 18 bits, 18 bits, 18 bits. I believe this might actually be a 2 megabyte with parity cache module. So, I mean, maybe 2 megabytes is for, maybe it is a printer module. But the fact that I believe it has parity, I was actually kind of wondering if this might be a cache module for a, say, a Deck Alpha or maybe a Sun or a SGI. Or some system that was 64 bits wide, but would be something that might need parity cache. So I don't think this goes in a Mac, in other words. So yeah, and also for anyone wondering how many pins is on it, so it's marked through like 68 there, but then if you look on the back, 60 pins 69 to 136. This is like a 136 pin module, which would make sense because I think it's 72 bits wide, which would be parity. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything when I tried to look up this part number that's on either of these numbers that's on the label, because one of those is the part number. I believe the top one is the part number. I think Motorola may have made it. No, if Motorola, I mean, maybe it's a cache module for some IBM computer. I don't know. Maybe it could still be for a Mac. Anyways, that part number didn't yield anything, and I think the second one, I think it was made in 1995, week 9. No, I don't think it's a ROM sim because those are static RAM chips. So I do not believe this is a ROM sim for a Mac. That was my other thought when I saw Motorola chips, but these are definitely SRAMs. But yeah, it would be a 68 pin module. So yeah, if the back wasn't marked pin 69 to 136, then I would think, oh, I just haven't found the Mac that it goes to. But No, I think it's a cache module. I just have no idea what system uses a 136 pin parity cache module. It's certainly not the Performa 6118CD, which again, for those of you that missed last week's stream, that's my guess because the nameplate fell off the computer a long time ago. I am guessing that it's a 6118CD based on the hard drive that shipped with it because it's a 500 megabyte hard drive. Although I can tell you, I did this weekend try to revive the hard drive. It by putting it in the freezer and it's dead. This hard drive is dead. And I definitely did it no favors by putting it in the freezer because I probably should have let it warm up before I did the next step. And that was I pulled the cover off. That's why there's a screw missing. I dropped it on the floor. I pulled the cover off to see if maybe it was sticking inside, but no. I think the format of the servo tracks are kablooey, or one of the heads has failed. Quite possibly the head that reads the like sometimes on those drives the bottom of the bottom platter is like track information, like where the tracks are. I'm kind of wondering if it's not reading that. Vborg says, I have a similar 50 pin Apple SCSI drive came out of the Mac SE I got. It is also similarly dead. Yeah, those quantum hard drives, especially up near the end, because that hard drive is probably new enough that this was probably not long before Mac Store bought Quantum. Like, I don't think Mac Store could have picked a worse company to buy. Oh, I guess they could have bought Miniscribe. But yeah, percussive maintenance didn't fix that drive. So, given the fact the nameplate fell off this computer and the hard drive's dead, I can only guess that it's a 6118 CD. It is possible this is a PowerMac 6100 that got ordered with a 500 megabyte hard drive. That is the other possibility. But the thing is, it came with the multiple sync 15 monitor, which is like something that was bundled with the Performas. So that's the other reason why I think this is actually a Performa and not a PowerMac, because it did come with a multiple scan 15 monitor, and that's per the person I got it from knows the person that had it and knows that what it came with. So, and it include the monitor is upstairs. It's just the monitor is falling apart. So at the moment, I've just left it upstairs. It's TitleTech might tell me more. Well, we'll see what TitleTech says. Anyways, first of all, here's the problem that I've got. So I've got the Blue SCSI plugged in. I've got the CD-ROM drive unplugged. Let's go ahead and power this up. Garth says, I'd be curious to know if there was that much delineation in the machine IDs in that period. I don't think there was. There we go. Now you see exactly why I called this the hot dog stand Performa. So if I bend the cable, I can get it to where we get I believe, the green signal. So I think we're now getting red and green. And if I bend it just right, well, there we go. It's red again. If I bend it just so right, I can briefly get it to where you see all three colors, but I haven't been able to find the spot where I hold it and it stays. And the other HDI 45 adapter that I have does the same thing. So Yeah, unfortunately, the other adapter I have is equally bad. Jeremy's wondering bad port. Well, I was going to pull the motherboard out or the logic board out only because Earth says easily fixable. Well, if I only had one of the AV cards for this, then that would fix the problem. But I don't have the AV card. I don't have the riser. And I really don't want to buy the G3 accelerator that I saw on eBay for it just to be able to plug in the AV card. With hammer can fix. Yeah, so we'll pull the logic board out just to double check the bottom of that connector. Because I can't see the bottom of the connector. There is a little bit of corrosion on the top of the port or something. It's possible that I can fix it. It could be the connector on the board, especially because both adapters are doing the same thing. But it is entirely possible that the first adapter failed, they bought a new adapter, and then it eventually failed too. And at that point, the machine was just too old to bother. And I just realized that I totally did not plug the keyboard in. I don't like powering down computers, but I also don't like hot plugging ADB. So I will just wait until no disk activity is going on, because the effect is quite cool. Yeah, but I never was really a fan of the hot dog stand theme of Windows 3.1. Although if I can't fix it, then I'm just going to put soft PC on this thing and we'll install Windows 3.1 and soft PC. So at least it feels right, because then we'll be running Windows 3.1 in hot dog stand theme. The person that owned this was actually a librarian, so no, this Mac was not actually used at a hot dog stand. I'm just calling it that because of the colors that are coming out of the monitor. At least it's not blinking between colors. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Garth says, I can imagine there would be bad joints as these stupid Macs had that huge heavy connector out of the back to put pressure on the board. Yeah. Yeah. Will's asking mustard, and Garth says it's got jaundice. Okay, if you've not seen Windows 3.1, then it's themes. There's one called Hot Dog Stand. If RetroTech Chris was here, he'd um, probably could even point us to some Twitter thread he did on it once, because I'm pretty sure he did look at it in a Twitter thread. Or I guess now it's X. I think this image needs a few extensions pruned because we're still loading extensions. I'm just glad this machine has 72 megs of RAM in it. I think we're still loading extensions. Will's asking, what are you not loading? Yeah, that would be the quicker way to, yeah. It would be quicker to name what's not being loaded in the extensions than it would be to name what is, because it's not a restore image, Garth. Gutbomb sent me the hard drive image from a Performa 6115 that he got, I believe. So it is the dump of a Performa hard drive, just not this one. I, the hard drive that was in this computer, it started to boot once, and then in the middle of loading extensions, because it had an absurd number of extensions. So it started to load extensions, and then sometime in the middle of extension loading, the first boot, the hard drive just spun down, and then a minute or two later, we had a sad system bomb, and the hard drive then on the next power up was going clunk 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 clunk. Yeah, I think maybe I could run the extensions manager or something to kind of. We don't need Fact Center to load. All right, let's do ourselves a favor here. Extensions manager. Let's see what this is loading. Stuff it installer cleanup. What? Installer cleanup RAM doubler a rows. Okay, we can definitely turn that off. Color picker. Okay, I think we can turn off the global village because I don't have the global village modem. Mac Tools antivirus. We can turn that off. Mac Tools trash back. I think we can turn that off. We'll leave Norton fastback schedule. Yeah, we'll definitely turn that off. Let me undo that. All right, I'm gonna save this set as so I remember that's everything that was enabled on the system Gutbomb had. All right, so now let's go to the system 753 extensions. And I think that might be a much more sane set of extensions to load. Apparently, RAM Doubler doesn't want to go without a fight. No, we do not. All right, I will load without extensions, and then we'll try that again. I mean, RAM Doubler on the Mac did do something, but I think by the time we got to System 753, I'm not sure it really did much that System 753 can't do on its own. I'm pretty sure System 8, though, pretty much put the nail in the coffin for RAM Doubler. There we go. There we go. That should probably be a nice, speedy startup. Aw, no RAM Doubler. Darn. There we go. Look at that. That was much more bearable. All right, and it just still started Fact Center. Whatever. All right. Well, that was at least way more tolerable. All right. So Gutbomb says Tattletech was on this image. Let's see if I know. Well, that's why I saved the original because I could turn on all the extensions again if I wanted to. All right, let's run Tattletech and see if it says anything. Is that the latest version? Yep, there we go. 259. I think though the problem is I don't think on these machines there was really enough. I think the Gestalt ID is only specific to the type. I don't think the actual individual Performa modes can show up because I don't think it's on the anywhere on the machine by the time they got to this point where they had like 20 bazillion models for each Mac to differentiate for uh, retail stores. I think the only way to have known would have been to have seen the original software bundle. That would have been the way to confirm it. Because yeah, I don't think Tattletech can know. I think all it knows is 6100. Yeah, manufacturer date 8/26/99. Yeah, that's kind of suspicious. Total hours in use 0. Something tells me it's just not there. I mean, I could have told you it was a 601. No L2 cache. So this runs like, runs like a 601 with no cache. So just alts. I don't know if any of these would maybe. Oh, yeah, that's not what I thought it was. Okay. Yeah, I think I think it's a 6118 CD because of the 500 megabyte hard drive. But the only way to know for sure that it was a 6118 CD and not a Power Mac 6100 that got custom configured with a 500 megabyte hard drive would have been to have seen the software bundle. Because I don't know how early, I don't know when Apple started doing custom configured machines. To have ordered it with like, I don't know if they were doing that back in the Power PC days or if that was a newer invention. But yeah, so there now you see the reason why I called this the hot dog stand Performa and why I think it was a Performa 6118 CD because the original hard drive was there. And now let's see if we can't. I have not tried the drive with initiator mode on a Blue SCSI for one simple reason. And that is apparently I don't have any Blue SCSIs that support initiator mode because I apparently bought all my Blue SCSIs before the initiator mode support hardware was available. So I can't run initiator mode. So I will just have to hold on to that hard drive but the thing is, I don't think it's going to read it because the hard drive sounds like it's physically failing. It sounds to me like the drive is having unrecoverable read errors. All right, let me see if I can remember how you get the CD-ROM drive is. Oh, that processor gets kind of toasty. Well, Will, I don't think I will be able to get a DOS card for this computer because they're pretty rare. I would not mind having a DOS card, but at the same time, I'm not going to pay eBay prices for a DOS card. Yeah, I'm trying to be as careful as possible, but at the same time, it doesn't want to budge. Also, I only have had this computer for like less than a week, so I think the first thing I would like to find for it's maybe the 1 megabyte cache module, but those I've heard are rarer than hen's teeth. But I don't know, maybe someone that's smart in the chat might be able to reproduce one. What would I pay for a DOS card? I don't know what the eBay prices are for the DOS card, and honestly, I don't know what I would pay for it because I hadn't really thought that far. I mean, that's a question because you have one you're not using. I mean, I would maybe think that if I could get one for like $200 would probably be my idea of what I would ideally want to spend on it, but I don't know what they normally go for. And that would and I would probably insist that it would have the cable that you need to use it with it. But lift tab, push from back. Well, I am lifting the tab and pushing from the back, and it's like not budging. Am I supposed to remove the metal bezel from the front of it first? Acting like it's caught up on something. Let me remove the metal bezel. I thought the whole thing just slid out, but maybe it's. Let me remove the. Doesn't make sense. All right, yes, remove the metal. Garth says there's a DOS card on eBay. Oh, maybe that's where I got the number 200 from. Yeah, that's on my watch list. I mean, if I had a spare $200 to spend on it right now, I probably would. But my parts my parts fund is just a little bit low to get that right now. I mean, unfortunately, though, it also doesn't have the Y cable you need. That's kind of the one problem. But it does at least have a cache module for this computer, so there's that. At least something that I wouldn't have to buy separately. Although I think it's the 256K cache module. All right. Okay, I got the metal. Oh, there we go. That was it. It was the metal on the front of the CD-ROM drive was holding it in. All right, so I got the CD-ROM drive out. Let me set it to the side. The tray came out without breaking. Always a good thing. Yes, it is the correct DOS card, but it does have the. Yeah, that is the correct riser card. They were even kind enough to include the ROMs because they weren't sure if it was needed or not. Yeah, I could totally put that card in my Quadra 700. be the floppy drive. Oh, there we go. The floppy drive just pushes out without having to remove the metal. Okay. DOS card plus cable, $290. Yeah, that $300 would probably be the like my limit. But yeah, I'd pretty much have to be ready to roll. All right. Now I'm trying to figure out exactly what I'm caught up on to get the. Oh wait, maybe I don't need to remove the front drive carriers to get the logic board out. Oh, I bet the logic board could slide out far enough without me doing that. Okay. Looks like there is like center standoff. I bet there's a screw down in the bottom of it. Of course. Oh, cool. Well, I don't have a Performa, um, I don't have a 7200 or a 4400. I do have a 6118CD. Although the logic board says Power Macintosh 6100 on it. Because they're all the same, basically. Come on. There we go. All right. There's that. And let me remove the power. There's the audio cable. And the SCSI cable. And the power. That. And that. And the floppy ribbon. Ribbon out of there. Certainly did not put that at a convenient angle. All right, where's the spudger? Oh, there we go. All right. Hmm. Someone's reworked the video connector before. Well, Apple's anonymous. I'll let you know if I might just do something crazy. something crazy like get a DOS compatibility card for a 6100. Okay, there's the logic board. It's kind of dusty. And there's our HDI 45 connector. Let me make it a little easier to set down. Memory. So this connector has been reworked before. Because there is flux there. So I wonder if those pins would be the ones that are certainly that's not yeah, that's definitely causing flux. Okay. Some of those let's just kind of inspect these here. Some of these don't look the greatest. I'm probably just going to reflow them all because I don't know which are which. Someone has definitely reflowed a couple of them already. Oh, wait. That one there? And that one, I believe, is cracked. I'm able to push that pin. Actually, I think that one's cracked. Heck, I think those three are cracked. I think all four of those might be cracked. I think I might as well just reflow the whole connector. I think that's about the best thing to do is just go ahead and reflow the whole thing. All right. So, is this soldering iron going to cut it? Or do I need to put a smaller tip on it? Yeah, that'll probably do it. All right. It's reflowing time. I'm just going to reflow the entire connector. think that's about the. Oh, I've got the things on my smart outlet on backwards. All right. See if I get a little more light. Make this a little easier to do. All right. So go ahead and flux this up real good. These other. All right. That'll work. All right. And I already have a solder bridge. Actually, this computer came from a friend, and it belonged to one of their relatives. So it didn't. It's not something I got from e-waste. Although it is quite possible that it got moved with that cable connected. So, I mean, your theory may not be wrong, Garth, but it fortunately got diverted from the recycling stream because he asked me if I wanted it, and I said yes. So it did get saved from some indiscretions, like, for example, the adapter being missing. So if you enjoy seeing even the slowest of the PowerPC Macs with the most ridiculous of video connectors rescued from the brink of destruction, or ribbing as being a permanent hot dog stand theme, you smash that like button. If you're not subscribed, well, what are you waiting for? Hmm. Also, these pins are like really, really close together. I just solder bridged more. There. All right, so let's take a look at that under the microscope just to confirm that I don't have any solder bridges or whatnot. Turn the overhead illumination down. Well, I think they'll look fine. Maybe that one there. All right. Okay. Let's I guess clean that up and then give it a try. All right. So hopefully it was a broken solder joint and that reflowing all the connectors hopefully fixed it. All right. Let me put it in the case far enough to let me I guess we'll do a little contact cleaner here. Make sure that connector is good and clean. I will at least put this together far enough to get a video signal. A hook power. And probably should plug that one back in. One of those is going to be the speaker, and then the other one's going to be the LED. I think. All right. Let me put the find it. All right. Onboard RAM's fine. Don't need the floppy drive. I just want to see if we get a video image and if it looks correct. I'll leave the. Let me see if I can find that one. Actually, no, I think that's going to work fine just the way it is. All right. So, video cable, DRAM battery, because Macs of this vintage usually require the PRAM battery to power up without shenanigans. All right. 3, 2, 1. All right, we have a chime. Bummer. Like colors changing and I'm not touching the cable. Maybe the adapter's bad too. Maybe there's still a cold solder joint. All right, try that again. I'm gonna hold the logic board in place. Hmm. All right, let me screw this screw back in. Hold the board in place. I'll try the other adapter because it's possible there's a that this screw grounds something. All right, let's try again. All right, let's try the other adapter. It's also possible that I didn't get whatever. Oh, that adapter felt better. Oh, I just bent the cable and have no. Oh, I unplugged the monitor signal. Silly me. Wow, I had a correct image for a very little bit, and now I got. Hmm. All right, maybe I don't have the connector reflowed all the way. All right, let's take another look at it. Or maybe I've got two bad adapters. Could have compounding problems. I think if I was smart, I'd pull the power supply out of this case so I could. All right. Maybe the solder joints aren't quite good enough. I may have to do this with a less favorable angle for you all to watch because I think the quality of the joint is going to be more important than. Maybe I can go at it this angle. Yeah, some of those still don't look great. All right, well, let's try again. Maybe I can focus on the side of the connector that. All right, I think the video signal that we care about are going to be some of these pins. I don't know which pins exactly without finding a pin out of that connector. All right, I'm just going to try again. Reflow those connectors too, or the points that secure it to the board too, just in case. All right. Naturally, the cat has slowed down. Oh, hi, Dave. Welcome. I'm reflowing the video connector. And fun fact, it's called an HDI 45 port because there's 45 pins. Oh, hey Falcor, welcome. Yeah, I keep bridging pins trying to reflow them. And I think it's just that's how close together the pins are, not. Maybe I should just get the AV card for this computer and be done with it. Because unfortunately, that would exclude putting a DOS card in it. I'd almost have to buy that DOS card just to get the riser card to put the AV card in it. Joe, I have to use solder. Well, the problem, Joe, is that some of these. Well, I don't know. It's a long explanation. And my tip is really too big. Okay, let's try this. All right, I'm not even going to put the thing back in the case, which means I need to try to figure out how to get the power supply out of the case. Oh, it is both not a Phillips screw, but I believe it's holding the power supply in. All right. Oh, Joe's trying to generate noise in the chat because I'm focused on what I'm doing. Yes, that makes sense, Joe. Carry on. It does help me know that there are people still watching. I'll insert correct number here of you. Is that not it? Works? All right. Hold, please. I'm trying to find the Crux bit to remove this power supply from the case so that I can just test this thing. Oh, hi. Thank you, Joe. It's a super chat. Eep. You can't see what I'm doing because I'm just trying to like take this power supply out, which I thought was going to be a quick 2-second process, except that Apple randomly used a Torx bit for no reason, and that's not the right Torx bit. Might be stripped. I might not be able to remove that. That's not. I don't know. Maybe that's actually Phillips. No, that's actually Phillips. It's just slightly mangled. All right, never mind. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. Yes, you can send me super chats and coffee tips. Coffee tips do help me buy parts slightly sooner, but they're both equally appreciated. Come on. Oh, thank you, Jack. Jack. All right. Stuff for streaming. Yes. All right. I'm trying to get the power supply out, which you can't see because I'm trying to like not get flux all over everything because there's flux on the bottom of the board. But apparently, the power supply. There we go. Didn't want to come, but there. Now it's out. Oh, and there we go. The animation just randomly decided to catch up with Joe's super chat, and I seriously need to try to figure out why in the world OBS is using its default animations. Probably because I have something misconfigured. That's why it's showing the zombie animation. Is because something is probably misconfigured, and that's its way of telling me that my settings are. All right. All right. I'm doing um okay. Video cable. All right. Oh, this is gonna get flux on my gaff tape. That would be a gaff. Okay. Power. Okay. Got PRAM battery. Got video. Oh. Um. And the ROM sim. Definitely need the ROM sim. All right. And 3, 2, 1. Oh, I didn't plug the speaker in. Okay. Ah, and we still have. It, Joe. It's not my cable. The HP motherboard told us that because all its colors were correct. I mean, it could be the HDI 45 dongles. I only have two of them. They came from the same source as it with this Performa, and I have no real way of testing them. It's not the video cable. It could be the adapter. I mean, I'm not even touching the adapter. I have no both dongles do it, which is why I reflowed the video connector twice. I have no other HDI 45 adapters, and I'm not even touching the connector. Well, now I am. Changing it as I'm touching it. Well, I'm not touching it, and it's flickering still. Getting better, actually. Add tracer resistor on board. Yeah, I would need schematics to fix that. Start touching it and see if I can influence it. Well, processor's warm. Well, I was touching the RAM DAC. I'm quite honestly not sure that I'm not affecting the dongle as I try this. I mean, I can try resistance testing these cables, but they are so not friendly for resistance testing. Super glue the dongle to a brick. What? And then launch it off the edge of a bridge? All right, let me see if I can attempt to do a continuity test on these cables. They are not in the least designed to make it easy to do a continuity test. Why didn't I do this sooner? Well, the YouTube algorithm actually prefers real work to multimeters. I don't even know what the pinout's supposed to be on these cables. All right, let me see if I can find a pinout for the HDI 45 connector. Okay, so the video signal should be on pins 45, 27, and 11. And the pinout I'm looking at is reversed because, of course, it is. Because it's showing the connector is on the monitor side, not the adapter side. Oh, this is going to be so So pin 11. All right, and now I got to look at the Mac video pinout. So HDI 45 pin 11 should be going to pin 5. All right, pin 5, pin 11. Sorry, I can't see the chat because I'm trying to test a cable. I'll get back to the chat as soon as I can. Okay. Continuity. It wasn't a dead short. It was continuity. Like 0.6 ohms. Okay, so pin 27 should be going to pin 2. That's the red. Well, actually, I know we have red. Although, let me see what its resistance measures. That would be a good check on. I think pin 27 is going to be this one here. It's measuring 0.1 ohms. Ooh. Let me check the green one again. Well, I was seeing a little bit of variability when I bent the cable. Um. All right. And all right. So the blue signal, which I think is the one that is the most affected by whatever is causing the problem. So blue on the HDI 45 is pin 45. And on the DB 15 side, that should be pin 9. I think is going to be that pin right there. And I think that's pin 45 there. And seemingly the adapter is making. Oh, but those were just the video signals. The one thing I do need to check, since the video signals were seemingly making continuity, I do now need to check the grounds. Because if the grounds were not making continuity, then, well, that would probably cause a problem. So let me first start with the red ground, which is pin 1 of the DB15. And that is pin 26 of the HDI 45, which is Wait a minute. That can't be pin 26. Oh, I guess it could be pin 26. It's just for some reason the diagram on Wikipedia's page doesn't show pin 26. Okay, so that's zero point 0.2 ohms. So the red one we know works. All right, the green ground is pin 6 on the DB15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And on the, okay, it's going to be pin 10. Pin 10, I think it's going to be this one here. Not that. Okay, I don't think it's the adapter. Let me see if there's any way I can check the HDI 45 connector. Okay, that one seemingly is. Okay, that was green. Connector seems to also be making good contact. So now I'm wondering if maybe the problem is. Hmm. All right, let's catch up with the chat. All right, enchiladas successfully not burned. Oh, yay. I also didn't burn the salad, if anyone was wondering. I'm glad you didn't burn the salad, Jack. Jeremy somehow memorized pi as 3.1415927 because of the calculators my junior high and high school used. Some TI model that was blue and had two short and very wide buttons. Sounds like it rounded it up for some reason. Jack, I had a TI-85 in high school. It had a Z80 CPU, and I was super excited when I found out you could load programs written in assembly. Yes, those TI calculators were awesome. What's not so awesome is the problem with this logic board. It's like maybe the problem is a resistor on the board, maybe? I don't know. It seems like when you wiggle it, it changes. So I would have thought that the problem would be like the adapter or something, but I don't know. Maybe the all right. I'm gonna check a few things here. I don't have schematics for the board, but I see a couple things that are in triplicate around the video circuit. So that I think is a ferrite bead, and since there's three of them, I suspect they're for RGB. Marked L. I don't know. I'm not getting a good resistance. Like the well, that one's 0.5 ohms. If I find two that behave different from one, okay, that is weird. One of them's reading mega ohms. One of them's reading like a value that's decreasing. Maybe those aren't for RGB. And one of them's just like 5 ohms solid. Okay. That's schematics for this board, which I do not know if they exist. I I won't know if that's of any importance or not. All right, so there's three resistors here, again in triplicate, so I think they're for RGB. One of them is 75.2 ohms. All right, well, that I think definitely tells me that is on the right track. 75.2 ohms and 75.3 ohms. Okay, so those three resistors are probably fine. Those are probably the terminating resistors for this end of the VGA signal. All right, there's a little resistor that's 0.3 ohms. 0.3 ohms. 0.3 ohms. Okay, well, that triplet of resistors is probably fine. Oh, here's another set of ferrite beads or something. That one's open. Hmm. Oh, Jeremy got a new phone. Surprisingly, I had a 3.5 millimeter audio jack. Well, not everyone has abandoned 3.5 millimeter headphone jacks like Apple did. All right, let me do a quick search. Maybe the schematics for this board have been leaked. That would be fun. I mean, I'm pretty sure someone would have mentioned that in the chat, but who knows? Maybe they got leaked like just now. No, no, it wouldn't seem as if the schematics are out there. I figured it was probably too new of a board. Hmm. RMX 6100 upgrade guide. Well, nope, nothing there. Okay. would appear as if there are no schematics for this board. I mean, I didn't think there were, but I had to check. All right, I think I'm kind of uh, stuck at the moment on this board because I have two HDI 45 adapters, HDI 45 to Mac DB15 adapters. I don't have a way to test this on another Mac that's known working, so I can't rule them out. But I also don't have a known working adapter from another Mac. So I'm kind of stuck at an impasse right now because I can't rule out the adapters by means of a known working Mac that uses them or a known working adapter that I could use on this Mac. So, yeah, it's kind of where I'm stuck at. Jeremy, yes, a dedicated graphics card could be installed. However, if you would have thought that Apple would have made it easy, well, I mean, they did make it easy back in 94, 95. You just buy the high performance video card or the AV card that goes in the processor direct slot right here. And easy peasy, you've got an external video card. Unfortunately, I do not have said video card. Now, I could jam the card in, not in the case, and it would go right in, but to put it in the case, I'd need the right angle adapter as well. So if I had the card, I could use it, but I don't. So unfortunately, though, that would not really that would fix my problem in the veterinary sense effectively because I'd just be, I mean, sure, I would be able to use a standard DB15 connector to that video card, but that doesn't well, I mean, sure, if I had the video card, it wouldn't matter what the onboard video is doing. It would be faster. I wouldn't really care, but it'd be nice if I could figure out what was wrong. I mean, because the thing is, if I ever wanted to put a DOS card in here, that would exclude the possibility of using the HPV card. So, good night, Joe. Anyways, it's kind of the if I were to want to put a DOS card in here, and I have to admit, I am somewhat tempted. It is an interesting proposition. Then I can't use the video card, but it would seem as if I maybe need the video card in this case, plus the right angle adapter, which may or may not come with the card, to be able to put it back in the case. That would probably fix the problem. Then, quite honestly, I don't really need to experience HDI 45. I mean, it'd be nice to fix the board, but I guess what I've determined, I haven't made the problem worse. I mean, it does seem like it's slightly better, but it's not worse. Still, it'd be bugging me, but I don't know. Maybe the solution is to get the video card for this computer, but I'll also have to get the right angle adapter. Which at the moment, there's only two right angle adapters I know of on eBay for this computer, and both of them would cost like over $200 because one of them is currently bundled with a DOS card, and the other one is actually a G3 upgrade for the for the computer. Now, that's assuming that auction hasn't that someone didn't buy it. I don't know if that one is actually still available on eBay. I haven't gone to look because I really don't want to buy a G3 upgrade for this computer. I want I'd rather have a G3 than a G3 upgrade for this computer. Oh, actually, it is still available. It's probably fair what they want for it. And it is the correct adapter. It's like the G3 upgrade is part of the right angle adapter, so I'd be able to use the video card, but I really have no desire to put a G3 upgrade in this computer. What if someone made a right angle clone? Well, I mean, that it would be, I mean, sure, if someone were to clone it, but you'll need one to be able to clone it, and have one to, I don't have one to loan, and I don't know if the adapter is simply a right angle adapter or if there are actually required electronics on said adapter. I don't know how complex it is. There's like, I definitely know that the G3 upgrade one is not a simple adapter because obviously there's a processor on it. The DOS card currently listed on eBay. Actually, it does appear as if the board is not a simple adapter. I can't tell what chips are on it though. Oh, they are 74F245s. Okay, so it looks like Apple did put. Okay, so there are actually components on the adapter board. So it's not just a simple adapter. I'm not bodging it like John does, but that's not me. I don't have enough magnet wire. I don't bodge things like that. John can have that one. No, Jeremy, the adapter has active electronic. I mean, there are bus transceivers on the adapter. They're probably there for a good reason. Sure, maybe the good reason is to protect your expensive logic board from user error, but and I don't know what's on the backside of the board. The Also, Jeremy, the other thing about the right angle adapter is I believe there's also a metal cage that goes with it to hold the board in the proper place. It's possible that cage though just comes with the DOS card, but I don't know. I have example sample size of one. Anyways, it's a moot point tonight. This is kind of I think where we're going to leave off. The Haven't fixed the hot dog stand mode. I can't rule out my adapters. I can't rule out the logic board. I don't have the video card that would plug into the slot to be able to. I mean, theoretically, I'm pretty sure that would work. I can't imagine any failure mode present on this logic board that would cause that problem to happen on a standalone video card short of that video card being defective. There's no logical reason why. So yeah, that would fix it. I think I can go out on a limb and say that would fix it, but not something I can do tonight. Um, Jeremy says part of my mission when cloning vintage PCBs is to make some eBay scalp or sellers really angry and poorer. Well, yeah, that that is a noble goal, but there's also, well, I guess my pushback on some things like that sometimes is there's no nostalgia in a clone. Granted, I never had a 6100 growing up, so it's less of an issue here, but there are some times where I don't want the clone. Or in the case of computer, I don't want the clone of the clone. Not that I had not that I had computer growing up, but it's just computer's cool. The necessary connectors may be the big challenge. That is true. I don't know what connector that is. I I mean, let's just put it this way. I was kind of hoping that this would be a quick and easy fix. It's not a quick and easy fix. Jeremy says they're DIN connectors. No, no, this is not a DIN connector. This is the connector I think we're talking about. It's like a um hard edge connector, but I don't know what it is. Anyways, I basically the I'm not sure what connector you're talking about, Jeremy. That's a DIN connector that's related. You've lost me now. Of course, granted, it is also almost midnight. Anyways, I actually had forgotten I was even getting this system. I think I do remember my friend mentioning it. The one I did know about was the iMac. I didn't know about this one, so I was pleasantly surprised to get a beige computer. I was pleasantly surprised that the top of the case is not shattered because it's actually just ABS and not ABS-FR. But uh yeah, I don't know where the problem is. I don't have the right angle adapter to use a video card. I kind of was I was honestly hoping this would just be a quick fix. I'd get the computer back up and running. I would get to put it back together, have some fun with it, and at least have a computer that was a quick fix, but I should know better. I should know better on this channel. Nothing's a quick fix. There's, yeah, nothing's a quick fix. So, yet another computer that is going to be disassembled for some time as I try to get what I need to be able to put it back together and working in a correct manner that I can stand to use, because quite honestly, I can't stand to use a computer that the only video signal coming out of it is the red channel. That's just angering. This is not a virtual Game Boy or whatever the VR headset Nintendo made is. This isn't one of those. So I guess for now, yet another Mac that has me perplexed as to what's wrong with it. Which unfortunately means I had more success with PCs than Macs tonight. At least I got the HP motherboard to get into the BIOS. I guess there is something to be said about computers that use non-proprietary video connectors. So, yeah, I'm fuzzled. That would be correct, Jeremy. Anyways, so that's kind of where we're gonna leave off. So you saw the pictures of what the iMac Tangerine looked like inside, and how the boards that were in it are pretty much a no go. We took a look at my wheel of regrets, and I know we didn't test everything, but we tested the non-working motherboard that had no way of working in its current state. I mean, no processor. Of course, it's not going to post. I'm glad we actually tried that, so at least I had a small success in a otherwise confuzzling problem with the Performa 6118CD, but the Performa is still acting like it wants to be a hot dog stand computer because you get yellow and red tinted outputs, and otherwise something is up with it. And short of the board, there being some delamination in the board, I don't know. I'm wondering if there's still like if there's something wrong with these adapters or the connector that maybe they test fine with the ohm meter, but the moment you put weight on them on the connector end, I don't know. Yeah, as Jeremy says to the seller of the HP board, "Hey, you big dummy," like Red Fox would say it. I can't say it like Red Fox. Yeah, I. It would appear as if they didn't check the most obvious item, and that would be. So the funny thing is, wait a minute, but they didn't have the heatsink on it in the picture. But I can't help to think that the only reason that it didn't work is I bet they didn't have a processor for it. I I bet that's probably it. They did not have the processor for it, and they probably equated it doesn't power up at all. It doesn't work with the fact that maybe they thought it would do something without the processor, being that it's got onboard video. At least the video card should show something, but I don't know. I don't know what they were expecting because they pictured it without the processor installed, but without the heatsink on it. But it would kind of seem to indicate that maybe they did try to test it without the processor and expected it would do something. But unfortunately, with the PC platform at least, did the seller know it didn't have a CPU? Well, they knew what the heatsink not pictured. I don't know. It's quite possible they didn't know what the processor was. Oh, uh, actually, update. Guess what? One of their current eBay auctions is Pentium 3 processor. Pentium 3 processor. Description: came out of an old PC, not fully tested. Came out of a 2000s HP Pavilion. Um, and it's actually, I think, the same model processor that I. No, actually, I think the one it's an older stepping. I think. Okay, I'm confused. Apparently, they're selling the processor for $20 plus shipping, and the Sound Blaster Live card that might have been in the computer. Yeah, I think that might be an OEM model because it's an SB0060. Yeah, that's an OEM model. Did HP ship Pavilions with Sound Blaster Live cards? Um, this was taken out of a PC with a dead power supply or possibly motherboard. I have no idea if it works, but they are in fairly decent condition. Comes with front panel controls. Well, I bet that came out of their HP Pavilion. That's awkward. And there's the power supply they're selling from the Pavilion. I can't make this up. This came out of an HP Pavilion desktop that did not turn on. in all caps. Power supply was tested, does in fact work, outputs a mostly steady 5 volts. I bet their power supply is, I bet that power supply is junk. Mostly steady 5 volts? Nice. I bet that power supply is the problem. I don't know. I think they stripped a HP Pavilion. Now that I look at all their auctions of things that they're seemingly implying came out of the same computer, I call shenanigans. Except I bet the power supply's junk. Jeremy says, another quote for that seller. To the moon, Alice! Yeah, I know. I. And in fact, actually, now that I realize it, I got the best bargain on that motherboard because here's the they wanted $10.50 for the motherboard. They've got an optical drive, a DVD drive for $8.50. I mean, maybe that's a decent price if it works. The floppy drive is $10.15, which seems a bit high in comparison. The power supply they want $18.50 for. The processor they want $19.99 for. And the Sound Blaster Live, although granted it does have the front bay interface, they do want $21.25 for that, which is maybe not a bad price other than the fact that they don't have the ribbon cable with it. So that's actually okay, that's not a good price because the ribbon cable's missing. I don't know. You'd think they would be selling this. Yeah, Jack. You'd think they would be trying to sell this stuff for way more. Yeah, I don't. Something is not adding up. And now you probably see why I risked it for $10.50 on the motherboard. Because I was like, I don't know what's up. I thought from their description that I wasn't sure they'd thoroughly tested it, and apparently not. Jeremy's on a roll with quotes. He's like, they took that poor HP Pavilion apart and are selling it Johnny Cash style, one piece at a time. Yeah, seriously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if I were to save them as a seller. They have sold 2 items. One of those is going to be the motherboard. I have no idea what the other item is, although. Oh! Oh! It's an item that doesn't even belong to an HP Pavilion. The other thing they sold is an 8 gigabyte DDR4 RAM stick, and they sold it for $20. So yeah, I was about to say, oh, let me guess, the other piece was the case. No, they don't have the case listed yet. Although maybe they decided not to sell the case. I was like, come on, just sell the case. You're selling everything else piecemeal. Someone will buy the case. I bet they don't want to ship it though. I don't know. And this seller joined eBay. Now I'm curious. They're on vacation, so it's not like, oh, they've been a member since 2019. They've sold 2 items. These items haven't been listed since 2019, have they? That'd be weird. I don't know. Anyways, you can see why I risked $10.50 on the motherboard. I'm like, okay, I don't think they've thoroughly tested it. Yeah, they're on vacation until June 5th. Yeah, they're on vacation now. Jeremy says, I wonder if illicit substances are involved in their reasoning and decisions. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm going to I'm not going to name their seller name. I mean, you could probably find them if you really looked. I will decline to name their username. I don't know. They could be. Yeah, Jack says I've knowingly bought stuff from sketchy sellers too. Yeah, I have to say normally 2 items sold and a random mishmash of parts that are inconsistently prices is usually a red flag in my book. But I was like, okay, $10.50 for not working motherboard. I'm game for a repair challenge, but apparently there wasn't much of a challenge there. It just basically needed a processor and RAM and an updated BIOS. Yeah, just search for HP Pavilion. Yeah, you could probably find it. Um, their eBay user picture is a dog, so yeah, I'll at least drop you that hint. I'll give you that courtesy. Their eBay picture is a dog standing on weird objects. I cannot tell. It looks like it's a picture of a dog standing on breakfast sandwiches. There you go. Uh, One of the 2 items they've sold is the motherboard you bought was the other part of this computer. No, no, the other item they sold was like a DDR4 RAM stick, which was definitely not belonging to an HP Pavilion. Um, Jeremy says, if I'm not mistaken, that model HP Pavilion was a full ATX and had a metal flap with the PSU mounted to it. Yeah, I think you're right, Jeremy, because if you look at their auction for the power supply, it has some adapter on it that I think would attach it to the flap. Because, yeah, I remember those pavilions. Like the power supply mounted like mid case or something like that, or some kind of weird spot so that the fan was like above the heatsink. Yeah, that would make sense. That's why the heatsink that was on that motherboard had no fan on it, because the power supply is mounted on so that the fan is over top the heatsink. Yes. Yep, it would be one of those HP pavilions. Yep, you're right. And that would match the power supply they have listed currently. You have one currently. Yeah, they're kind of cool computers. Anyways, I think on that note, now that we've explored the current eBay listings of that seller that I bought the motherboard from, I think it's about time to draw the stream to a close. Let me see here, make sure I got my finger on the right place on the screen. So I would like to thank you all for joining. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe and turn on notifications because the Performa 6118CD will work at some point in the future somehow, even if I have to buy the video card for it. And leave a comment as to maybe some program that runs great on a 601 power PC. I don't know if there's like a game of that era, or I'll just get the cache module and can still run 68040 software decently. I take a break from the Mac. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a break from this Mac because I can't fix it. Uh, Thursday. All right. So Thursday, at the moment, I have the IBM Portable Personal Computer scheduled. However, there may be a chance that I might have another pickup. And if that's the case, then, well, sorry, IBM, you're going to get bumped again. But if that pickup doesn't happen before Thursday, then, well, we'll look at the IBM Portable Personal Computer. Jack says, just run the Quick Draw 3D Gerbil Roller Coaster demo. So, yeah, we'll take a break from this Mac because there's not anything else I can do to it on Thursday, and I won't. It's not like I'll have parts for the iMac on Thursday. So, anyways, have a great rest of your day. Thank you for joining. Thank. Yeah, nice try, Jeremy. I see what you did there. Um, yeah. That's a longer term project. Anyways, thank you for joining me. Thanks for hanging out in the chat, being cool, giving me some moral support while I tried to figure out the 45 bazillion pins on the HDI 45 connector to figure out which ones went where. And thanks for the got a coffee tip from Jack and a super chat from Joe. So thank you all again. With that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Coffee. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.